at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. This is we're just coming back from the World Relays where Kenya had 3 teams qualifying for the World Championship. The 4 by 100 meters men, the 4 by 400 meters men, and the 4 by 400 meters men mixed relays. So 3 teams booked a ticket to the World Championship that's to be held in Tokyo. That was a good outing. That means from the 4 teams, that is 6 times 4, we'll have 6 times 3, we'll have 18 sprinters in Tokyo for the World Championship. That was a good progress for Team Kenya. We come back to the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the 6th AK meeting, the 6th and the last AK meeting. After this meeting, we'll go straight to the regionals. Then after the regionals, we'll go to the national championship. So this one is the last build-up race for middle, long, and the sprinters. In the sprints, we only have 200 meters flat race. We have 400 meters hurdles, 100 and 110 meters hurdles, and in the middle distance, we have only 800. We don't have 1500 meters in this meet. So let's go to the 200 meters women, heat 1. I can see Millicent Doro in lane number 5. Millicent Doro has been a constant representative of Team Kenya, especially in the 200 meters. So let us wait and see what is in store for us. Remember, Millicent Doro represented Kenya at the World Masters Athletics Championship, where she won a silver medal. With me today will be Ngetich, who will be co-commentating with. On your screen, bib number 1309 is Millicent Ndoro. Unfortunately, we don't have a start list. It has not been presented to her. But, I'm being informed by the director that the start list will be with us shortly. So I'll read out the start list as soon as I have it. 6th AK meeting, 6th Betika AK meeting. The last build-up race of the year before we move to the regionals. And for the regionals means we'll also have Kenyan Police, Prisons, and KDF having the championship. Then we move to nationals, where we'll have all the events, and then the trials. But before that, after this, we'll have the Keep Kano Classic. In the 200 meters, we have women. We have 44 who registered for the race. 44 female athletes who registered for the race. Based on the lanes, we have 8 lanes. This means we'll have about 6 hits for the women. Bwana Ngetich, karibu sana. Where are you, my friend?
Very good morning. I've been up and down, and of course, I'm very happy to be here this morning. It's a chilly morning for the athletes, and we are happy to see the sprinters are almost starting the race this morning. We are a little bit late, but we will catch up. The time is not on our side, but we expect a good event today. This is the 6th edition of the Athletics Kenya, that is Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Championships, held at Ulinzi Complex in Nairobi. Remember, we are going to have, after the 6th meets, we are going to have the county editions, and then the regional championships, and then, of course, the discipline forces, where KDF, National Police, Kenya Prisons, KWS will hold their championships so that all these athletes, those who have been selected, will meet at the national championships.
Yes, and just before the regionals, Mr. Rotich will have the Kipkeino Classic. So far, we are not sure where the Kipkeino will be held. We are not sure whether it will be Nyayo or Ulinzi, but we will have it in Kenya. For sure, we will have the Kipkeino Classic in Kenya. Hopefully, Nyayo will be ready so that we can host it there. What do you look forward?
Well, it's an interesting event, and we are looking forward to athletes running better times. Remember, this year the qualification marks are really high, so athletes have to really go deeper and make sure that they run faster and qualify these times for the World Championships. I can see the people like Millicent Ndoro there. I don't know what she will deliver here today. Remember, she won gold at the Masters World Masters event. So we expect a good event here today. Talking about Kipkeino Classic, it's a good event that has been building our local athletes, and it's good that we've been having athletes all the way from USA coming to compete here in Kenya. So, and of course, as we wait for the Nyayo Stadium to be completed and the new tartan is being put up, we hope that by the end of the month we'll be having that facility, because Kasarani is also under construction, and so the only place is to have this event either at Nyayo or Ulinzi. I don't know if Ulinzi is certified, but I have seen people walking up and down here. Maybe they are doing something, so we expect that event to be held here in Kenya.
Well, Ulinzi is just a backup plan in case the tartan has not been laid well. Well, the tartan will not have been laid. So 200 meters women, in lane number 1, we have Sheila Mahungu. In lane number 2, we'll have Janet Chepkirui. Lane number 3, Sarah Kwamboka. Lane number 4, Jennifer Chepto. Lane number 5, Millicent Doro. Lane number 6, Maureen Wafula. Lane number 7, Liliana Oko. And lane number 8, Emma Wavinya. 200 meters women, heat number 1. Remember, we don't have 100 meters in this meet, and we don't have 400 meters. So a lot of athletes will flock in the 200 meters. I'm surprised we only have 44 entrants in the women. And in the men, from my list, I can see men 129 athletes registered for the 200 meters. It will be a long day for the sprinters. And remember, only the top 24 make it to the semi-final. From 129, only 24. So a big number will go home very early in the morning.
That's true. Also, the 5,000 meters, that's a big number. That is 155 athletes competing in that event.
About 12 feet.
Yeah, about 12 feet. So we will be, I know they'll be using time to see who ran faster than who. But the most important thing is that these athletes are using this event as part of build-up. Maybe you'll find those who are competing in 200 meters are the ones also competing in 100 meters. And also those who are doing 5,000 are the ones competing in 10,000. So they're seeking to use this event as part of improving their speed.
Sure. This is the last build-up race, and it just comes off. It's just fresh from Kenya team, the sprinters having 3 teams going to the World Championship. And some of them will be running here. Isaac Omurwa will be running in the 200. So is Zablon Ekwam. They flew in on Tuesday, and today is Thursday. They'll be running in the 200 meters. They told me this is a Diamond League, so they have to run. So the 200 meters, as you can see, In lane number 8, the athlete was Emma Wavinya, had a problem, but now they are on their knees, ready for the start. Clean start. The athlete to watch is Millicent Doro. Very experienced sprinter. As you can see, she's leading just off the World Masters Championship, where she won gold for Kenya. Easy run for Millicent Doro. Let us wait for the time. 24.43, unofficial time. Very easy, 24.43. That was a very good run from Millicent Doro. Rotich, what do you say?
That was like she's jogging. I think she's reserving some energies for the either semifinals and the finals. Of course, that was Millicent Doro, and she has been on the game for a very long time. This is one of the sprinters that has been doing good all the time. Last time, I think she went to the Africa Championships. Well, it's a good build-up for her as she seeks to qualify for the World Championships.
The only event that Millicent hasn't qualified is only the Olympics. She's been to the World Championship with the relay team. She's been to the African. She's been to Commonwealth. So she's a very experienced athlete. As you can see from the replay, she was just jogging down on the backstretch, easing into a 24.43 unofficial time. So this being a hit, I expect faster times in the semi-final.
So remember, we are at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. This is the 6th edition of the Athletics Kenya Betika, and I'm here with my friend Hilary Wesonga. My name is Bernard Rotich, and we shall be taking you through the events here today. It's a chilly morning. I can see the clouds also. Maybe sometimes later we'll be expecting some rains, but Nairobi is a little bit tricky. If this was Eldoret, I will tell you it will rain. But Nairobi sometimes it's tricky, and it's just a matter of seeing what will unfold during the day. We have a lot of athletes here. As we've had, we have a number, more than 100 in the 200 meters men's race. We have more than, that is 155 in the 5,000 meters race, and also 800 meters. I'll be telling you how many athletes are registered for the 800 meters races. We have 126 in the 800 meters race. Remember, the athletes are using these events preparing for the busy season ahead that ends in September, where it will culminate in the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan in September. So they have about 3 months to prepare for these events. And Hilary, we are seated at the stadium, and you can hear the sound of the aeroplanes going to land at the Wilson Airport.
Yes, we had a discussion with Mulemi Greg about what happens when they pass just before a sprint race. They form kind of, when they pass, they leave some whirlwind at the bottom. Does that affect the sprinters to their advantage or disadvantage? Still a discussion. We are trying to get the facts, but it definitely affects when it passes before their race or when they are running. So it creates a whirlwind at the bottom. When you have a whirlwind, what happens? There's some resistance. So does the time become slower or faster? We have in heat number 2 on your screen, bib number 741 is Claire Borg from the United Kingdom. In lane number 1, we'll have Tracy Awur. In lane number 2, Claire Borg. Lane number 3, Faith Mweni. Lane number 4, Mercy Julius. Lane number 5, Winfrida Tuet. Lane number 6, Edna Ogenti. Lane number 7, Nivian Mishira. And lane number 8, Lydia Muranga. Like I said, in lane number 2 is an athlete from the United Kingdom called Claire Borg, who trains at the Rongai Athletics Club. Then we have 2 prison athletes, bib number 1000 and bib number 837, Edna Ogenti and Nivian Mishira. Let's wait and see who is the favorite in this race when the gun fires and when they cross the line. Remember, this is the second heat of the 200 meters women. Clean start. Second hit of the 200 meters women. Nivian Mishira still leading of the blocks, as you can see. Nivian Mishira storming away. Let us wait for the time. 25.59. That was quite a good run, though it wasn't as smooth as the first hit from Millicent Doro.
Yeah, I think the athletes know that they just have to qualify for the semi-finals, so that is why they are running slow, and they'll be reserving energies for the next race. Well, remember, we are at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. I can see Coach Julius Kirwa over there giving instructions. These are some of the coaches who've been in the game for some time now, and they know what is right for the athlete. They've studied the athletes all along, and they know what is right for them. Hillary, we saw the sprinters in Tokyo, what they did. Somebody like Masiokic, do you think she can get a good race that she can qualify for the World Championships in the 400 meters?
Well, we say in coaching, never say never. Marcia Cage split a 49.77 seconds in the relay. That means that's a flying start. 49.77. Add plus 0 plus 2 seconds. So at the moment, we are confident she can run on 52 at worst, but she can run a 50. We just hope she can do a better build-up, and during the KDF, we'll have the World Championship. The winner for the hit 2 was Nivian Mishira, as you could see. That's from Kenya Prisons. Nivian Mishira, very experienced athlete, just coming off a maternity leave, and back to running well. The second and third position was a photo finish. That one will have to wait for the TIC guys, Technical Information Center, to give us the second and the third positions. But we are moving on to hit number 3 now. Hit number 3 of the 200 meters women. Hit number 3, women 200 meters. That's just a replay of the 200 meters women, hit number 3. Mr. Rotich, in the sprints, we have a false start and a faulty start. A false start is the mistake of the athlete. A faulty start is the machine. They give the fault to the machine, but we only have a red card for the for the athlete. False start is a straight red. Faulty start, you get a green card. So those are the differences between a false start and a faulty start. So I hope this one will have a faulty start.
And of course, as we start also the race, we have Victoria Musoro, Benda Mashoi, Lois Marara, Winnie Awino, Lucy Njeri, Sharon Mora, Praxidis Were, and Alicia Etiang.
Lois Morara is the athlete to watch in this. Very experienced athlete, missed from the KDF. She missed, the women missed the 4x1 wild relays. Clean start there from the athletes. As you can see, Lois Morara from lane number 3 coming up well from the curve, leading. Lois Morara living up to the expectation, living up to the billing. Pulls away from the rest. This will be a very fast time. 24.54 unofficial time.
Actually, Lois Morara comes, she was in one camp with a Quam in Trans Nzoia. That is the Ndura camp. The Ndura camp has really nurtured some good sprinters, like somebody like Noah Kibet, the 800 meters athlete. We have a Quam now, we have Morara, and yes, Wanyonyi, and a number of them, a very big number of athletes. So, of course, I think that is where talent normally starts. And we have a number of other athletes from Trans Nzoia who are now in the US through the scholarship program. Somebody like there is a 400 meters athlete, I'll be telling you his name, but he went to the US through the scholarship after he was a good runner in 400 meters. So those are the people we are looking forward to in the next 2 years. That is, and you will expect to see them at the Olympics because they have good facilities in the US as they study. They have good facilities during that period. So as we prepare for the next event. Do we have another hit? I think so. Yes, the 4th hit. So as we wait for that, you were talking about the sprinters, maybe the faulty, and we have a yellow card. What is the yellow card meant for?
Yellow card now is for the decathlon athletes, Deca and Hepta. Just a warning. Yes, but we no longer have it in the flat. The 100, 200, 400 adults, we don't have it. And when you talk about Trans Nzoia, my mind goes to the governor, who is Natembea, and the senator, a good friend of mine, Alan Chesang. And remember, sports is a devolved function. So when it's talking about Trans Nzoia producing all those athletes, it means the county government is doing quite a good job. Yes.
Actually, I was telling you, Morara was in Trans Nzoia. No, she comes from Kisii. She has been training in Kisii, and that is how she joined. I was confusing her with another athlete from Trans Nzoia who was training with Equam. But given, yes, and Batha, he's called Batha, and Batha, yes, they look they look alike. So anyway, remember we are in Ulinzi Sports Complex this morning. Today event. We are waiting for the next event to start. And remember, it's a 6th edition of the Athletics Betika Track and Field Championships held here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Nairobi. And after this, we will see athletes heading to the county level, the regional level, the discipline forces, and then to the national championships before we hold the trials for the Tokyo World Championships. Hilary?
In heat number 4, lane number 1, we'll have the Olympian Lucy William from South Sudan. In lane number 2, Lucia William. Lane number 2, we'll have Lucy Seroni. Lane number 3, Nancy Wairimu. Lane number 4, Dorcas Wanjiku. Lane number 5, Diana Hisa. Lane number 6, Victoria Topoti. Lane number 7, Stella Nzuku. And lane number 8, Quinecta Kisembe from the KDF. Heat number 4, where we have the Olympian Lucia William. She ran at the Paris Olympics 100 meters. So in heat number 2, we had a sprinter from the UK. In this one, we have an athlete from South Sudan. The athlete to watch, lane number 1, Lucia William. Clean start from the athletes there. As you can see, Lucia has closed in on the athletes coming in from the bend. She's really sprinting to be the first one off the curve. And there she is, of course, being number 1 from the curve and pushing. That's a very good run from Lucia. Big difference between Lucia and the rest. 25.21 seconds, unofficial time from Lucia William. Times aren't that much impressive, but I hope in the semis we'll have very good times coming from the women. Because, like I said, we have to pull up. Yes, Lucia William is the winner from South Sudan. We have to close the gap from our women. You see, when we challenge the men, see what happened. 4x1 in the World Championship, 4x4 in the World Championship, and then the mixed relay. And talking of the World Championship, you know, it is the team that is in the World Championship, the 4x1 team. As you speak, it has no athletes. 4x4 has no athletes in the team, and so is the mixed. The athletes will be picked from the trials. You get the logistics.
So they are not the ones who qualified in China. This is interesting. So they have to compete at the trials to make the team. This is interesting. So you've had the sprinters, you have to really pull up your socks and go deeper so that you can be able to make it to the team. And that will happen if you only compete in such events so that you can be able to build up yourself and make it even better, even as we head to the trials. I understand trials shall be held in August, 1st and 2nd August. So they have about 2.5 months to prepare for that event. And time is really flying. It's really flying. So the athletes have to be good. So that is a replay of the last event where Lucy Williams managed to win the race. We still have another event, another hit. We have another is here now. I think it's Bata. Yes, Ann Bata. She trains in Trans Nzoia. You see, they look alike with Anna Bata. So we have Jacqueline Nguyo, that is Nguyo, and Catherine Cabona, and then Anna Mbatha. 3 athletes in the 8-5. Let's see who will win the race.
I don't know why they didn't distribute the athletes so that we will have around 5 in this, 5 in the previous one. We were just running 3. Remember, the one with the best times will qualify for the semifinals. Top 16 will qualify for the semifinals. And Bata, as you can see, leading from the outer lane, running so well. And Bata, bib number 931, matched her top on the bikers. Very good run, 25.26 seconds from Anambata. That's hit number 5 and the last hit of the women, 200 meters. Now we move on to the men. This is where the rubber meets the road. 100 and how many registered? 129 athletes registered for the 200 meters men. When you do 8 per hit, we'll have about 15 hits. About 16 hits. In the men 200 meters, lane number 1, Edward Opicho, lane number 2, Shadrach Nzioka, lane number 3, Clinton Alui, lane number 4, Yedwick Achil, lane number 5, Hilary Onyango. Lane number 6, John Kino. Lane number 7, Philon Ogao. Lane number 8, the experienced Justin Isaboke. The ones to watch definitely is Justin Isaboke from the KDF and Philon Ogao. Those are the favorites coming from this. But in sprints, anything can happen. We might have a surprise from the other inner lanes. But Isaboke is a very experienced sprinter from the Kenya Defense Forces in lane number 8, and so is Philon Ogao in lane number 7. Of course, we missed the services of someone from the KDF, Mike Mokamba, who just last week underwent surgery to repair his groin. He had an injury. So Mike Mokamba at one point had the Kenyan record in the 200 meters of 20.38 seconds before Nkanata, based in the USA, took it away from him. Hit number 1, 200 meters men. Hit 1 around the block. Clean start there. As you can see, Isaboke came out well from the blocks and so explosive off the blocks. Remember, he's a 100-meter sprinter, but we don't have 100 meters. Justin Isaboke. Justin Isaboke wins that hit in 21.34 seconds. That was a very fast time with a wind of negative 1.3. So that's a legal 21.34 seconds.
Well, I must say, Hilary, that these athletes have been inspired by the good performance in China, and the good performance also we witnessed from Ferdinand Omanyala for the last 3 years. So they saw that there is an opportunity, especially when you train so well in these sprint events. Remember, the seconds and the microseconds matters a lot. So for these athletes to win, that is the replay of the first 200 meters men's hit 1. That is the replay, and as you can see, Isaboke was way ahead of the others, and he took the curve so well there. Remember, the 100 meters determines how the athlete is going to sprint to the finish and win the race. So I was saying, Hilary, that the athletes were being inspired by the good performance from the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala, and of course we had, Mark Otieno and the others. So the athletes saw this is a good opportunity for them to also try, because we have not been good in sprints in Kenya, but we are coming up so well. Do you think maybe with good and better facilities we can be able to go far?
Of course, we are in the right steps. Having 3 teams at the World Championship is a big bonus. Remember, Uganda only had 1 team, and they exited at the repechage. And talking of Ferdinand Omanyala is in Atlanta at the moment, waiting for the Atlanta Games. He'll be racing against non-lights in the 150 meters. And if you remember very well, Omanyala carried us on his back for years, and we've rewarded him. And as we go to hit number 2 of the 200 meters, we have Erastus Masinde, lane number 2, Omondi Felix Ochieng, lane number 3, Luther Kamau, lane number 4, Zablon Ekwam, 5, Elijah Kionga, 6, Brian Kipkirui, lane number 7, Morris Mutinda, and lane number 8, Lodio Samuel. Zablon Ekwam, just fresh from the world relays. He ran the second leg of the 4x400 meters, and he had a 44.53 second split. Zablon Ekwam, lane number 4. I hope that is not a false start. Ekwam there with the long tights, telling everybody to calm down. I love this man. I really like him. He behaves like a sprinter. Equam Zablon has just been handed his cards. Red card for Zablon Equam. What a disappointment. Zablon Equam, the favorite to win this race, has been handed a red card and told, please go to the showers. Remember, we don't have 400 meters where he can go and run again, but based on the rules, he can run under protest. But it's sad to see him being handed a red card. It's just a wake-up call. As you can see from the replay, sure, that was a red card for Zablon Equam. Straight to the showers as he waits for the next race, which is the Kipkeino Classic. Seven athletes in this heat. Clean start now, 200 meters, heat number 2. Mutinda coming off the curve. This one doesn't look very fast, it looks just decent. As you can see, 22.70. 22.70, not a decent pace. I wonder if there's any athlete who will come from this heat going into the semi-final. I really doubt we'll get one. Because remember, it's only the top 24 going to the semi-final.
So that means you have to be very fast. As I said, the seconds really matter. The microseconds matter. And that winning the race there, he was... that was Elijah Kitonga from the KDF who won this event. And we still have more hits coming. We still have more hits coming. We saw an athlete also, one who fell. Now going to hit 3 in the men's 200 meters. Hit 3. I'll be taking you through the names in a few. I will be taking you through their names in a few. So remember, we are in the 6th edition, the 6th edition of the Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Championships held here at Ulinzi Sports Complex in Nairobi. Remember, this is one of the facilities that has being used. Last time we hosted the national championships in this facility. So it's a very good facility. It's a chilly morning here in Nairobi, and we expect good results from various athletes who are competing here today.
Yes, Ulinzi Sport Complex. Remember, in September, they will strip this tartan track and lay another tartan track. Yes. So in heat number 3, we have Isaiah Sialel from the universities. Lane number 2, Abednego Nguta from Southern. Lane number 3, Kunwar from the refugee camp. Lane number 4, Joshua Ondondo from KDF. Lane number 5, the experienced Kevin Tauta from KDF. Lane number 6, Robert Gaku from the university. Lane number 7, Joshua Wanyonyi. Joshua Wanyonyi, remember, was also from is from Trans Nzoia, trained at what do you call it? Ndura Sports Complex. And then lane number 8, Kennedy Mutua from the KDF. 8 athletes in this heat. Remember, first 24 athletes, the fastest 24 make the semi-final. Clean start. Let's wait for the favorite, Kevin Tauta, who is a 400 meters athlete. Kevin Tauta, as you can see, and Wanyonyi also from lane number 7. The battle will be between the two, Wanyonyi and Tauta. As you can see, Wanyonyi is coming in fast and Tauta is closing in, but I think Wanyonyi crosses the line fast in 21.63 seconds to win that hit. Remember, Joshua Wanyonyi is a 400-meter athlete. But since there is no 400, comes down to the 200 meters.
Which is really good for them because it's part of building up their speed, because sprint is a matter of speed. If you are doing 400 and you run 200, you are perfecting your skills in the last 200 meters, which is really good in terms of building up for that event. Well, into the next hit, that is hit 4.
As you can see the replay, Wanyonyi from this 7th lane coming in quick. And in hit number 5, we'll have Kevin Kipkirui. Lane number 2, Gideon Otieno. Lane number 3, Dennis Obonogwerge. Lane number 4, Oscar Lugasi. Lane number 5, Boxer Lengangogo. Lane number 6, Abel Kimtai. Lane number 7, Isaac Omurwa. And lane number 8, Wilfred Kipto. The man to watch is Isaac Omurwa, fresh from the World Relays. He made the cut in the 4 by 100 meters men. Remember, Isaac Omurwa is the younger brother to Ferdinand Omanyala. It's just that he couldn't run in the relay because the coaches decided Mwereza to start, Omanyala second, Babu Meshak ran on the curve, and then Onyango to finish. And remember, Stephen Onyango split a 9.07 in the heats and a 9.07 again in the final to anchor the team home to a World Championship slot. On the blocks, hit number 5 of the men 200 meters. Isaac Omurwa, the favorite in lane number 7.
There was a false start there at the hit number 4. That was the hit number 4. We shall be able to see what really happened there. That is hit number 4. It's number 4. That was Stephen Olwatch, Mando Kevin from Western, Daniel Kuria, KDF, Dennis Shikanda from Achievers, Rogers Nyambu Prisons, Brian Okoth. We have Dalmas Angola and Jones Macharia. Lane number 6 has been awarded a red card. The lane number 6, that is Brian Okoth. Brian Okoth has been, and off they go so well. Shall be able to see who will cross the line first.
As you can see, lane number 1, Stephen Oluoch pumping his arm so well to come and finish the race in 21.99 seconds. 21.99 seconds to win hit number 4. As I said, there was a false start. When you come off the blocks fast, it's a false start just before the gun. In hit number 5, that's where we have now Isaac Omurwa running in lane number 7. In lane number 1, we'll have Kevin Kipkirui. In lane number 2, Gideon Otieno. Lane number 3, Dennis Obunogwerege. Lane number 4, Oscar Lusasi. Lane number 5, Boxer Lenangoro. Lane number 6, Abel Kimtai. Lane number 7, Isaac Omurwa. And lane number 8, Wilfred Kipto from the KDF. Remember, to make it to the semi-final, you must be among the top 24 athletes, which will be run later in the afternoon. So it's not just about reducing the hits from 15 to 4, no. It's about making the top 24. Yes.
Yes, I'll still insist that the seconds really matter for that event. And as we go to the fifth heat, where heat number 5, where we have Kevin Kipkurui from South Rift, Gideon Otieno Nakuru, Dennis Obunuwere from Prisons, Oscar Lusasi from KDF, Boxer Lenangoro from KDF, Abel Kiptai KDF, Isaac Omuro from the university, and Wilfred Kipto from KDF. So that is heat 5. And as my colleague Hilary has said, that the microseconds really matter here for you to be at the semi-finals and, of course, to the finals.
Isaac Omurwa in lane number 7, the favorite from this. Clean start. As you can see, it was a very explosive start from Isaac Omurwa. And a 100-meter specialist is just alone at the front. He doesn't have company, pulling away from the rest of the field and just jogging down easy, jogging down easy. This will be fast coming from Isaac Omurwa, 21.97 seconds. Just slowed it down. I hope this time takes him to the semi-final. I just hope that this time will take him to the semi-final, because he's the top 24, not just the winner, top 24. And it's so dangerous slowing down, because you don't know if other people will run faster. But that was a good run from Omurwa. And now we move to hit number 6, where we have Moses Njuguna from lane number 1, Kipkoech Terer, lane number 2, lane number 3 we have Simani Regao, lane number 4 we have David Chege, lane number 5 Elvis Ombara, lane number 6 Derek Osumbwa, lane number 7 Eliaki Mondimu, lane number 8 Peter Kariuki. Favorites in this is Simani Regao and David Chege. But of course, like I said, anything can happen. You can have a surprise, because it's not cast on stone that these are the favorite to win. 200 meters, hit number 6. Moses Njuguna, Kipkoech Terrell, Simani Regao, David Chege, Elvis Ombara, Derek Osumbwa, Eliaki Mundimu, and Peter Kariuki. As you see the replay, Isaac Omurwa was in a class of his own, and the rest, making the rest passengers in the race. And of course, running in 21.97 seconds.
He must have been inspired by the brother to run and compete in the sprints. And if they had competed in one event in China, that would have been a history for them. Just like the two brothers who ran Boston Marathon and won. 2012, Wesley Korir. 2025, John Korir. Those they've entered into history books as brothers who competed in the same event and won. So seeing this event, we are going into hit 6. We still have more hits to come. And you say that the best 24 will make it to the semifinals.
Yes, of course. Clean start, as you can see from lane number 3, Simani Regao in a green t-shirt, coming up, chasing David Chege, who is in a yellow short. Coming off the curve, Simani and Chege, Simani and Chege, Simani and Chege. Simani pulls up, and he comes into the lead, 22.11 seconds, with a minus 1.5 meter wind.
That was a photo finish for the two athletes. Shall be able to get to know who won the race. Remember, We are at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. If you've just joined us, welcome to the 6th edition of the Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Championships, where we have a number of events for the day that will end at about 4 to 4:30 p.m. Remember, we started late, but we have a number of events where we have 129 athletes 29 athletes competing in the 200 meters. And after that, we shall have 5,000 meters athletes competing in an event that attracted 155 athletes, where we'll have a number of hits that will be used to see who will run faster in that event. Welcome. It's a chilly morning in Nairobi. We are at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, a very nice facility. It's a conducive place. You can, as you watch the athletes competing, at the same time you can also watch aircrafts landing at the Wilson Airport, just crossing in between at the facility here at the stadium. Wherever you are, if you are listening to us, receive greetings from us and from the athletes as we go to the next hit.
We move to hit number 7. Hit number 7, we'll have Rogers Ouma in lane 1. Rotich Kipchumba, lane number 2. Lane number 3, we'll have Ibrahim Chichi. Lane number 4, Jairus Ongeta. Lane number 5, we'll have Klein Thiwa. Lane number 6, we'll have the Masters athlete Carl Lewis. Lane number 7, Charles Nyamoya. Lane number 8, Magoha Griffins. Remember, Ogeta won gold for Kenya in the para just 2 months ago in Dubai. In hit number 4, Jairus Ongeta. But we also have Charles Nyamoya, the man to watch in this hit. Clean start in that hit number 7. Charles Nyamoya is in lane number 7 in a Utawala Springs Club t-shirt, blue t-shirt, leading. Charles Nyamoya leading, and Rogers Ouma trying to push also from lane number 1. 22.18 seconds. 22.18 seconds from Charles Nyamoya, bib number 1079. And we move to hit number 8, where in lane number 1 we'll have Ryan Mokisha. In lane number 2 we'll have Martin Juma. Lane number 3, Kevin Bera. Lane number 4, Rolex George. Lane number 5, Brown Mudara. Lane number 6, Jared Momanyi. Lane number 7, Anthony Owino. And lane number 8, Shadrach Kiprotich.
Hilary, maybe we hope one day we'll be able to see our athletes also competing at the Diamond Leagues in the sprints. We don't have a representation there.
You're forgetting Ferdinand Omanyala.
No, of course, apart from Ferdinand, I'm saying like 200 meters, 400 meters. We need a larger representation at the Diamond Leagues and even Grand Slam now.
Remember, for you to get to the Diamond League level, you must be running a sub-20. Remember, our Kenyan record is at 20.14 seconds. And Nkanata only ran about 2 Diamond Leagues. And at some point, he had a world lead with that 20.14 before Bolt raced against him, and he won it. So for us to get there, like I said, we have to pull up our socks and compete with the world. And that means running a 20 or a sub-20 seconds. But we are working on that.
And apart from, of course, the athletes are working very hard, but they need support. They need good facilities to train. They need that good stadium to use for their speed sessions, so that they can be able to make it to the world class.
Remember, the government, through the Ministry of Sports, is working around the clock to make all the stadiums ready for such kind of trainings. They are doing track in every sub-county, not just county, every sub-county. That is the plan. So we move to heat number 8 of the men 200 meters. Ryan Mokisha, Martin Juma, Kevin Bera, Rolex George, Brown Muthara, Jared Momanyi, Antonio Owino, and Charles Kiprotich. Heat number 8. Another false or faulty start. Remember, we've had 2 red cards from the previous 7 hits. If we have another red card here, we'll be surpassing the 25% mark of red cards. Because we have 2 red cards already in 7. So this will be 3 over 8, almost half. Lane number 1. Ryan Mwakisha from Utawala Springs Club. Yes. I know the coach, Perpetual Mbutu, is watching from Budapest, and so is Simon Riga, who was part of the team, who was the head coach of the 4x100 meters, a train in the world relays. Simon Riga, hit number 8, 7 out of 8 athletes. Lane 1, red card. And it's a clean start as the athletes come off the blocks. Hit number 8, Martin Juma coming off the curve from Kenya Prisons, trying to lead, but Brown Modara is giving him a run for his money. Martin Juma finishes there fast in 21.99 seconds. 21.99 seconds.
You talked of Perpetua. I know, I call her Iron Lady. Iron Lady because if you've seen the sprinters she has been able to produce, she's one of those women, we call them in Kiswahili wanawake bomba. They're really doing a good job, and congratulations, Perpetua. We saw how your boys did in China, and that was a good show there. And I know you have very many others in store who are trying to make it to the world or continental events. And we also have my friend Dan Kiviasi. He's one of the sprinters in that camp. So wishing you all the very best in what you do. As we go to hit 9, maybe Hillary, take us through hit 9 names.
In hit number 9, we'll have in lane number 1, Moses Solanka, lane number 2, Mosal Ishmael, lane number 3, Julius Lepano, lane number 4, Shadrach Wajiula, lane number 5, Thomas Mwita, lane number 6, Mosenda John, lane number 7, the experienced Hesbon Ocheng, and lane number 8, Kevin Joktan from the NYS. This will be a battle between Joktan and Ocheng, lane number 7 and lane number 8. And Kevin Joktan and Esbon Ocheng will battle it for the top honors here in lane number 7 and lane number 8. Remember, Hesbon has always been a constant figure in the men's 4x100 meters, but this time round he missed it by a whisker. They were only picking 1 to 5, making it to the world relays. A 400-meter athlete coming down in the 200 meters because we don't have 400 meters. So let's see if he has the raw speed for the 200 meters. George Mutinda in his usual blue vest in lane number 6. Lane number 4, George Mutinda. Clean start. Clean start from the athletes. Hit number 11. As you can see, George with the high knees coming in the lead. George Mutinda is a 400 meters athlete, but running so well, 21.68 seconds. George Mutinda from the universities. As we move to hit number 12, where we have Brian Mweresa in lane number 1, lane number 2, Hezron Kiprotich, lane number 3, Albert Letipa, lane number 4, Milton Buire, lane number 5, Dennis Mwai, lane number 6, Dennis Masika, and lane number 7, Ismail Lengorosi from the KDF. Mwai Dennis, a young athlete who runs in the 100 meters, but here you'll have to settle for the 200 meters because, as we said earlier, there's no 100 meters today. We're having 200 meters. Dennis Mwai from the Rongai Athletics Club running in lane number 5. Rotich, Dennis Mwai has always been in the podium since the second AK meet, but he missed the team by a whisker during the trials. He came in 5th, missing the team by just one slot. Yes, a very young athlete who is moving in the United States for scholarship, Dennis Mwai.
And that tells you that when he gets good facilities, he can even do better than that. That's why I was telling you at the 2028 Olympic Games, most of these guys were in the US, will be in Kenya, Team Kenya for that event. So maybe silent for the Hits 12 event. We have a lot of hits here.
Hit number 12 of the men 200 meters. If you are wondering why we are starting with 200, it's because we don't have 100 meters. We've resorted to Diamond League format this year. Men 200 meters, hit number 12. Clean start now. Dennis Mwai coming off the block so fast in hit number 6, in lane number 6. As you can see, negotiating the bend so well, Dennis Mwai leading the pack. Dennis Mwai, 21.28 seconds. Fastest time we've seen today. 21.28 seconds.
Maybe Hillary, you need also to talk about the need to train at a lower altitude area for the sprinters. Maybe you can give us more about that.
Very true. When you train at the low altitude, you have a low hypoxia level. You have the oxygen concentration in the low altitude is high, and in the high altitude it's low. So sprinters need to be in the low altitude, and we have a low altitude area. We have low altitude areas in this country. Mombasa is a low altitude area, almost sea level. Kisumu with the lake, low altitude. So we need to move our training bases to the low altitude areas of Mombasa and Kisumu. And if you realize one thing, whenever Ferdinand Omanyala goes to the low altitude and comes to run in the Kipkeino Classic, he always runs faster times. So we expect him to run faster this year in the Kipkeino Classic. because he'll be coming off low altitude. As we move to hit number 1-3 of the 200 meter, lane number 1, Anthony Kirui, lane number 2, Simeon Araka, lane number 3, Nicholas Kola, lane number 4, John Kamau, lane number 5, Wiseman Were, lane number 6, Dan Kiviasi, lane number 7, Peace Wayaki. The battle will be between Wiseman Were of lane number 5 and Dan Kiviasi, lane number 6. Remember, Wiseman was also in the team that traveled to the World Relays, but was a no-show. He didn't run any race. So he has a lot of things to prove in this meet. Wiseman Were, Dan Kiviasi, lane number 6. Clean start there. Dan, yes. So he has proved his statement. I hope this will be things to come, better things to come for him. As we move to hit number 14 of the men 200 meters, where in lane number 1, we have Sohil Ongoi, lane number 2, George Kimani, lane number 3, Rich Moenga, lane number 4, Patrick Oroko, lane number 5, Paul Majuma, lane number 6, Hezron Okwemba, lane number 7, Kialo Kioko. And in lane number 8, we have a Kwam, who has now removed his long tights and come back into proper running attire after getting his red card in the previous hit, in the other hits, in the earlier hits. No, he's not running under protest. He's just running. He has just chosen a lane. Westman Were having the fastest time of 20.78. Let's see if Ekwam can run faster. Ekwam, lane number 8. Kialo Kioko, lane number 7. Clean start now from Zablon Ekwam, 400 meter specialist. Remember, he's running this as he prepares for the Kipkeino Classic, where he'll be running the 400 meters. Ekwam coming and pulling away from the rest of the field. Ekwam 20.71, the fastest time of the day and the fastest time this year. Zablon Ekwam, 20.71 seconds, unofficial time, winning that hit. The official time there is 20.70 from Zablon Ekwam, the fastest time we've had this year, as he prepares for the World Relays, for the Kipkeino Classic that will be happening here in Nairobi on the 31st of this month.
Meanwhile, I can see the long jump athletes getting ready for the women's final. That is Dorcas Munyiva from Central, Obail Florence, KDF, Martha Nyabuto, KDF, Lucy Gitenya, Nyanza South, Maureen Nanjala, Wafula Prisons, Susan Chebet Murray, KDF, Vivian Mongina, Nairobi, Gloria Muley, KDF, Aida Perez, Chepkorir, Nairobi, Ongedi Nyaboke, Edna Prisons, Dorcas Munyiva, Central, Regina Malai, Mulatia, Prisons, Dorin Jerry, Kahacho Universities, Caro Nasieku Sapunyu, Kenya Forest, Nganga Margaret Washeke from Nairobi, Koech Sharon Chepkore from Nairobi, and Teresa Chemutai Lele from Kenya Forest Service. As we continue watching the 200 meters hits, maybe Hillary take us down through the athletes competing in hit 15.
Hit number 15, lane number 1, we have Shaban Salim, lane number 2, Clement Mwasia, lane number 3, Kevin Opero, lane number 4, Shadrach Limo, lane number 5, Luis Okweli, lane number 6, Sami Mutula, lane number 7, Alex Mutua, and lane number 8, Brian Okot. Men 200 meters, hit number 15. Just waiting to see if it is a faulty start or a false start in the heat 15. As we watch the replay,
Microphone. Thank you so much, Rotich and Hilary. I'm joined here by Zablon Ekwam. He's just he was competing at Guangzhou, China for the World Relays. Ekwam, out of your performance in Guangzhou, China, how do you feel about it?
I'm feeling okay, to be honest, and pretty sure I'm happy from my heart, because we are one problem minus. Yeah. So going forward, no problem. We're just there. Yeah. But there is a lot of happiness around the country by the good performances shown by the Kenyan sprinters in Guangzhou has really impressed everyone. We are showing the capabilities in us. Yeah.
What could be some of the contributions to the improved performance this time for Team Kenya, especially after the display of what we saw in Guangzhou?
You're saying the contribution towards greater performances? I think we've been having a lot of Betika series, whereby athletes have been building all through since last year, and like the country has been having a lot of track meets, including the AK meet plus the Betika meet. Yeah, the contribution of the Betika meets, because sprinters are eagerly to run fast, and you can see they're showing it, not only in Kenya but also globally. Yeah.
You are yet to qualify in your individual race. What are some of the plans that you have to qualify for the World Athletics?
We are in a better position at the moment. You can see I ran a 20.71 200 Botswana, and at the same time I've confirmed it today here, 20.71. I don't know what the semis will bring out the finals, so getting that time, person who have been running for 100 just know exactly where this guy is. We're just trying to get the speed in us, whereby you can only gauge by the 200. Going forward to the 400, whereby it's just going to be easy. Yeah, and you just need to run the first 222 and the last 122. Yeah, there's just 44. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ekwam, and welcome back.
Asante, nashukuru.
That was Zablon Ekwam. He was talking about his experience and the performance of the Kenyan team in Guangzhou, China. Over to you, Rotich and Hilary, as we continue with the next heat of the 200 meters.
Susan Nambura running under protest. She has to beat the time to be in the semi-final. As she comes pumping her arms so fast, runs 25.94 seconds, hoping that times get her to the semi-final of the women 200 meters later in the afternoon. Remember, it's very possible to run alone because you're running under protest.
Yeah, Hilary, I remember in 2017 at the World Championships, Isaac Makwala from Botswana, he ran 400 meters alone at the stadium. And the stadium was full, and he ran under protest, and he qualified for the semi-finals.
Remember, also one of our own, Alpha Skishoyan, ran under protest during the World Under-18 Championship. So this is not strange. It's just happening in Kenya that this is the second athlete running under protest. Last year, we had Roger Souma running under protest in Thika. Now we have Susan Nyambura. Remember, Susan Nyambura is a FIFA-accredited referee. Yes. So she officiates Kenya Premier League matches. and she's run under protest, and that time is good to make a run in the semi-final. As we head over to the next event, 5,000 meters men hit number 1.
Yeah, remember 5,000 meters attracted a total of 129 athletes. No, that is 200 meters. The 5,000 meters attracted 155 athletes. And we shall be able to see a number of hits here because remember, most of these athletes, either they are doing 3,000 steeplechase and others are doing 10,000. Just they are here to seek speed so that they can be able to improve on their performance. Remember, this is part of the build-up towards the world, to the championships, to the national championships in July, ahead of the national trials, where a team will be selected to represent Kenya at the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan. 5,000 meters hit 1. If you've just joined us, we are here at Ulinzi Sports Complex for the 6th Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Championships. The weather here is good. Athletes are trying to make a way, or just to, as part of build-up to the season that is very busy, that ends in September. We have to compete at the Diamond Leagues. We have the Grand Slam now that has come up, which is happening in the US. And we will have also the county editions that will be held immediately after the 6th edition. We shall have the county editions and then regional championships. Remember, we have about 12 regions across the country, and then the discipline forces championships. All these, the athletes who will be able to qualify, who will be selected, will meet at the national championships. And then we shall have the national trials, where a team is expected to be selected to represent Kenya at the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan, from September 13 to 21st. Remember, Kenya had bid for this event, which is happening in Tokyo, but actually Tokyo is the one that won the bid. So we are going back there after they hosted the Olympic Games in. They hosted the Olympic Games in 2020, the 2021, the delayed 2020 Olympic Games because of the COVID-19. So 11 laps to go. We will be telling you who is leading in this pack. Remember, we have a number of hits because we have 155 athletes competing in this event. Well, If you've just joined us, remember we are in the 6th the Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Championships that are being held here. It's a two-day event, today and tomorrow at Ulinzi Sports Complex. And underway right now is the 5,000 meters, where we have 155 athletes competing. It's a huge number, huge number. The athletes are using this event as part of build-up. The pace now has gone up with 9 laps to go. You'll see who will be able to pull a surprise here. We can see currently leading. I'll be able to tell you the one who is leading in a short while. That is Joseph Karanja. Joseph Karanja from Nairobi is currently leading the first. Of course, we have about 5 athletes stuck together, and we'll be able to know who will be able to win in a while. Remember the 12-lap race, and many of the athletes here are using it as part of build-up for the 10,000 meters event, like the steeplechase athletes are using it for endurance. Remember, we don't have the 10,000 meters race, so most of the athletes who compete in the long distance decided to compete here today. Also getting ready is the long jump event. We have about 17 athletes competing here. That is Dorcas Munyiva from Central, Opel Florence from KDF, Martha Monyenchenya from KDF, Lucy Gitenya from Nyanza South, Maureen Anjala Wafula from Kenya Prisons, Susan Chibet Murray from KDF, Vivian Mongina from Nairobi. 7 laps to go. And in a while, I'll be telling you the qualification mark for the World Championships this year in this event, the 5,000 meters event, throughout the day today. It's a long day, Hilary.
Yes, it is. It's a long day. Very long day, especially now that we have around 12 hits of the 5,000 meters. This is
if I'm not wrong, that is, he has opened a wide gap of about 20 meters from the rest. So, Hilary, we in 5,000 meters, we need to know that we have the world record is currently held by Joshua Cheptegei from Uganda. He ran 12:35:36 in 2020. Then we have of course, the short track world records that is held by Grant Fisher. The short track is normally an indoor event. And then we have the Olympic record is currently held by Kenenisa Bekele. He clocked in 2008 of 12:57:82, and nobody has broken that record to date. Then we have the World Championship record is being held by our very own Eliud Kipchoge of 12:52:79 in 2003. Then we have world. So talking about medalists, we're talking about the medals at the World Championships. Remember, the event was started in 1983 in Helsinki. And then we had 1991, Yobes Ondieki won the first gold for Kenya, followed by Ismail Kirui in 1993. 1995, we also had Ismail Kirui retaining his title. Daniel Komen came in 1997. Then we had Richard Limo in 2001 in Edmonton. Then we had Eliud Kipchoge 2003, Benjamin Limo in 2005 in Helsinki. And from then, 2005 to date, we haven't won gold.
That is a 20-year drought. 20-year drought for gold medal at the World Championship for the 5,000 meters. Remember, the qualifying time for the World Championship is 13.01 seconds for the men. So somebody has to run at 13.0 to qualify for the World Championship. And for you to be able to compete well, you must run at 12:40 for you to compete, not just qualifying.
Exactly, and these events are not here in Kenya. So that means you have to dig deeper. You can be able to get races outside Kenya, either through the continental events, through those invitation events, so that you can be able to qualify for this event, the 5,000 meters. And that's why you will see most of the athletes maybe will target to qualify at the Diamond Leagues.
Yes, because Kenya is considered a high altitude area, so it's only good for training. Train in the high altitude, then go compete outside the high altitude. That is, you go to Europe, Diamond Leagues, and the continental tours for you to run faster, where you are an athlete is better off in the lower altitude. High altitude is just for training. That's why you see the likes of Mofara and every other international athletes, they come to Kenya to train.
And that is the final lap for Emmanuel as he goes. The bell has gone. 13:31 already. That's the last lap as he surges forward now into the last 300 meters in that race. That is Emmanuel. Emmanuel who has opened a wide gap between him and the second athlete as he takes the curve into the the last 100 meters. He goes there, surging forward, putting another gear as he finishes the race in style. 14:24:57. Remember, the qualification mark for the World Championships is 13:01. For the winner, that is Emmanuel Kiprono from South Rift. Emmanuel Kiprono from South Rift. That is Emmanuel Kiprono from South Rift who has won the race here today. That's the first 5,000 meters final. Well, I was taking you through the 5,000 meters event where Kenya has been on the drought, as Hilary said, has been on the drought since 2005 when Benjamin Limo won gold in Helsinki. Actually, during that period, Benjamin Limo was the wife was expecting a baby, and he was born when Benjamin Limo was in Finland, and that is how he managed to call his son Helsinki. And recently, when the president from Finland came, he was invited to that event to run with the president because of that name, Helsinki. Charity will be talking to our winner today. I don't know if Charity, are you ready for the interview? Okay, take it away, Charity. Meters history that I was taking you through. Remember, I said since 2005, Kenya has been on the drought in this event. But from Central, Nicholas Kipchumba is currently leading with 3 laps to go. We are also looking at the time that he will post after finishing the race in about 800 meters. He has 800 meters to finish the race. So athletes competing in this event, they must keep in mind that Kenya has been on the drought since 2005, when Benjamin Limo won gold. Up to date, we have never won gold. The closer we normally come is getting a silver medal, but the gold medal has been elusive since 2005. Just the same as the 10,000 meters, where the gold has also been elusive in the World Championships since 2001, when Charles Kamathi won. And up to date, we have never seen gold. But interestingly, to know what the problem is, what is the problem, so that we can be able to know. Early reaction from the athletes there. Remember, this is the 4th hit of the 5,000 meters. I told the leading athlete is Isaiah Onderi in the 4th hit. That is Isaiah Onderi. Running beautifully there. He's really surging forward with 6 laps to go. Is he able to maintain that pace? You can see the second athlete really closing the gap. Long strides there. Trying to get to the first athlete. As you can even watch on your screen, you can see him just getting into that as he takes the curve there. You can see the second athlete trying to close the gap, and there he is, as you can see him from the camera. There he is. I'll be able to tell you who the athlete is in a while, if my camera man can bring in the bib number. And he has really closed the gap, and there he goes. Will he maintain the pace, or will he surge forward? That is, he is able to engage another gear and is now leading in that race with 5 laps to go. Five laps to go. Remember, this is the 4th hit of the 5,000 meters that is ongoing at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. We have 100 athletes, 155 athletes who registered to compete in here today. So we've seen changes there. The leading athlete now is Benedict Joroge from Run Together. I think in For our viewers back at home, we are very sorry about the internet that has been on and off here. We have problems here with the internet, but I know we are going to get it right. Poleni sana. And for those who are watching from different parts of the countries, different parts of the world, that is, I'm told we will be able to always keep you updated and give you what is ongoing currently at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Remember, after the 5,000 meters event, we are going to have the 100 meters hurdle swim and hits. Then that's the bell. The bell goes for Benedict. He has really opened a wide gap of almost 60 meters. And he is still going. The athletes here must remember that they have to qualify for a world championship event. That is, they have to run a 13:01 so that they can be able to make it to the world championships. But in Kenya, you have to also go through a trial for you to be able to head to Tokyo in Japan. Who will make it to Japan? So there goes Benedict as he heads to the finish line, the last few meters. He took charge in the last four laps to go, and he has run a good race, finishing in 14:0. Mark is 13:01, so that you can be able to make a mark at the world, so that you can be able to make it to the national trials and world championship. So that was the 5th hit. Athletes finishing up in the 5th hit, and we are going to listen to the Kipkemoi in a short while to know what he had planned for this event today. So I was talking about the field events. You've had Gloria Muley talking about the field events there, that they need a lot of training and a lot of support. They need more of this event so that they can be able to gauge themselves. Talking of the field events, we have 2 athletes who are doing three actually, who are doing extremely well, and they are all girls. Boy child, we are in trouble. We have Zedi doing the high jump and also long jump. We have Winnie B, triple jump and long jump. And we have Irene who is doing javelin. And these are students in the U.S. who went to the U.S. through a scholarship program, through the Town Hall Athletics group, who are based both in Eldoret and the U.S. And they've been taking students to various institutions in the U.S. Last year alone, we had about 120 athletes going to the U.S. for studies, and at the same time, they are doing a field, or they are doing sports. And so these are the athletes that I said earlier. That's another hit there, preparing to start the race. These are the athletes I was telling you that they might get a mark, or you will see them at the Olympics in Los Angeles, which is actually happening at their second home because they're in the US and they have the right facilities. They are training hard. You'll see them competing for Kenya at the Olympics in 2028. Yeah, so we need to continue encouraging the athletes, continue supporting them, continue giving them the right thing to do, that is the right nutrition for them, giving them support all along, because it's not easy for them. It's not an easy task for the athletes. Waking up very early in the morning, going for training, going to compete, it's really tough for them. Getting ready for the 5th hit. I'll give you the names in a while. The sixth hit. That is the 6th hit. We just finished the 5th hit. And off they start well. That is the sixth hit of the 5,000 meters event. Remember, we had 155 athletes competing here today. "21 athletes competing. Edwin Kiplagat, Lincoln Murithi, Okioma Dismas, Nelson Mapi, Richard, that is Richard Chemarotich. I had name there. Shadrach Yegon, Abdul Rahman Jamal from Refugee, Ian Kiprono, Elkana Kipngetich, Victor Kiplimo, Paul Lemuya Epetet, William Gatua, Fausto Maina, Walter Chemos, Dennis Osoro, Gabriel Muema, Lewin Juba, Jima Kuria, John Karanja Waidaka, Kevin Cheriot, and Adan Osman from Northeastern. Those are the athletes competing in the 5,000 meters sixth hit, which is also the last hit of the 155 athletes who registered to compete here today. It's a long day. We have more events coming up. We will wait and see what will happen. Already one athlete has broken, is on the lead, about 10 meters a gap wide. We shall be joining Charity shortly for the interview of the winner, Kipkemoy of today, who won in the fifth hit. Charity?
So, ladies and gentlemen, 100 meters women hurdles. 100 meters hurdles. As you can see the hurdles, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, we have some amazing events coming up. National Police Service next week. Also, Kenya Prison Service coming up. National Championships is also listed to come up. KDF.
Hapo ni jambo la kupendeza. Naona mgeni rasmi hapa kwenye jukwaa kuu kunaye Kanali Masai, vile vile Captain Mutu katika mashindano ya mbio za mita 3000 kuruka viunzi na maji, Betika Champions Chengwa, wakiwa wanafurahia namna na jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea katika Ulinzi Sports Complex. Ikiwa ni mashindano ya awamu ya 6 weekend meeting.
So once again, Mwanzia, start. We are waiting for the start list. The start list is here. Start list very quickly. Lane 1, 100 meters for women. Lane 1. No athlete on lane 1. Lane 2, Bridget Chelagat, KDF. Lane 3, Gladys Bure, Prisons. Lane 4, Villian Nyandusi. Lane 5, Gloria Bula, KDF. Lane 6, Owen Florence, KDF. KDF. 100 meters hurdles for women. Timekeepers. Let's move back, officials, to allow the 100 meters women.
Basi tusonge, wale mmekaribia hurdles, tusonge nyuma tafadhali, tusonge nyuma, tusonge nyuma. Tusonge tena, tusonge tena.
Asante. Asante. And remember, we have the long jump going on. Long jump. As we focus on the starter, thank you, Silma. On your mark. Na mshindano limeanza maridadi kabisa. Upande ule mwingine Veronica Chebeti. Veronica Chebeti anaongoza. Veronica Chebeti. Naweza kuona Owen Florence. Veronica Chebeti, Owen Florence akimaliza katika nafasi hizo bora. Veronica Chebeti hapo ameanguka, na vile vile Gladys Bure wakimaliza katika nafasi hizo bora. Basi kwa upande wa wanaume hiyo itakuwa ni semi finali. Akina dada hiyo ni finali. So upande wa wanaume ni semi finali. Wanaume ni semi finali.
Basi mambo ndivyo hivyo. Tumeshuhudia shindano kali sana la kina dada katika shindano la mita 100 kuruka viunzi. Kumbuka hiyo imekuwa ni finali. Sasa tutaingia katika kitivu cha wanaume ambapo huwa ni mita 110, 110 meters hurdles. ambapo katika kitengo cha wanaume itakuwa ni nusu fainali. Itakuwa ni nusu fainali katika kitengo cha wanaume, lakini upande wa kina dada hiyo imekuwa ni fainali. Washiriki wa mita 800 wake kwa waume mnaomba kuweza kuelekea Kuru. Kumbuka tunataka kuendana na kwa mnasaba wa ratiba yetu. Hatutaki tuchelewe, tunataka kuanza wakati wote kutoka.
Javelin women. Javelin women. Report at the starting point for javelin women. Long jump qualifying is 650. 650. As we finalize the preparation for the 110 meters hurdles for men. Long jump men is taking place right here in front of the podium. Long jump men, make sure you're careful so that we don't have any casualties that are unforeseen.
Lane 2, unanisikia lane 2. Lane 3, sound check. Lane 3. Lane 4, sound check. Lane 5, 6, 7, 8, good. Lane 1. Good.
800 meters. 800 meters. 800 meters.
Niombe msamaha kwanza. Umesema ati kichwa yangu inakaa kama lenge. Si umekataa kuniambia wa maboys.
30.
Sawa. Nitakutumia.
Asante sana masistata, kama uko tayari unaweza kunionyesha kwa ishara ya mkono niweze kuwataja washiriki. Katika leni ya kwanza, Edwin To, Prison. Lane 2, Vincent Kilel, National Police Service. Lane 3, Edwin Kipchumba, Kenya Defence Forces. Lane 4, John Kino, Ngong. Lane 5, Hesbon Kipchumba, Kenya Defence Forces. Lane 6, Gilbert Kikurui, Kenya Defence Forces. Lane 7, Jason Ogenga, Kenya Defence Forces. And in lane 8, Makoha Griffiths. All the best and silence for the start.
So once again, we have a false start. A false start means that the race has not taken off. False start. And in international athletics, world athletics, we have no room for false starts, meaning if you do a false start, you go home. So let's see what the officials will give us. A red card. There we go. Red card means you step aside. Stepping aside, Mwanzia, what does it mean in Swahili? Stepping aside.
It's Michael Musyoka, lane number 4. (110 meters hurdles, men, semi-final number 2. Michael Musyoka officially red carded. Six athletes left. 2 red carded. Clean start. .83 seconds. Being won by Gilbert Koech from the Kenya Police. Gilbert Koech wins that semi-final in a time of 15.83 seconds, an official time. Remember, after the 110 hurdles, we'll be having the 800 meters women semi-finals.
Yeah, of course, we have 41 athletes in this event. I can see Naomi Korir in the first heat. Remember, Naomi Korir is one of the top 800 meters athletes. I can see a number of them here. And I can see Mam Leon. She calls that Mam Leon. She resembles Mam Leon. She calls herself Mam Leon. That is 1001. That is Naomi Korir going for the blocks. Yeah, we expect 41 athletes in this event. We expect 41 athletes in this event, and we are going to see who will be able to win in this event here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Welcome back. Sorry, we were off air a little bit because of the few technical issues on the internet. I can see the starter there, Coach Letting, David Letting. He has been on the game for very many years. He's there, very busy, starting off the races here at Ulinzi. These are only, the 800 meters is only 2 laps. For those who are new in athletics, only two laps. And nowadays, Hillary, we normally see, especially the men's race, it's like a sprint. The 800 meters, you just have to go.
800 meters is considered a long sprint because the first lap, men nowadays do around 49 to 51 seconds on the first lap. I know 49 is what the ladies do in the 400 meters flat. So imagine crossing that in 49, 50, 51. Then nowadays, even getting a contract, a proper contract, you have to run 143. 143, 144. It's still very fast time. And for the ladies, remember, our own is the world champion. She'll be defending it this year. Mary Mora will be defending her title. So that means Kenya will be sending 4 athletes to the world championship in the 800 meters. Naomi Korir is among the favorites to make the team. And we also have Sarah Mora in that mix. Vivian Chebet also. Vivian was in the last Olympics. And she took her and Naomi Korir were gunning for that last position. Remember, 1, 2 to cross the line, qualified for the Olympics. Then the third athlete was being selected by a panel of selectors. So the 2 names that were there was Vivian and Naomi Korir, and they chose Vivian. So Naomi Korir wouldn't want a repeat of the same this year. She'll be gunning to get into the top 3 positions. Heat number 1 of the 800 meters women semi-final.
Actually, if you've been following, Naomi Korir started her season with a cross country where she won, I think, 2 kilometers, the mixed relay, the 2 kilometer in the cross country series. So she was saying that she's using some of these races to build her season, which is now, it has come. She's now doing the 800 meters. That is 2 laps. So you will see how she's going to compete in this event and get to know what she has in store Remember, the season is still young. We have a long season that goes all the way to September. Athletes will be competing in the Diamond Leagues, other events. You see, off they go. That is the first hit of the 800 meters race. Remember, they are doing 2 laps. Naomi Korir leading there. Maybe looking at how she is running, what can you say as a coach?
Naomi is controlling the race right now, leading from the front and setting the pace for herself. Just wanting to come and cross the line the first lap as the first position so that she can control the whole race. That's a good strategy. Don't let yourself, she doesn't want the push and shove that happens in the 800 meters. So she's controlling the race right now. Naomi Korir in bib number 1001. 1001 in a pink running vest and the white running spikes. Crossing the line in 102. 62 seconds for the first lap. That's quite a reserved pace. I hope they can increase that so that we can have a sub 2 minute. Are we looking at a sub 2 minute? But the prediction is this will be at 202, 201, 202. Naomi Korir still controlling the pace. With 150 meters to go, still leading. Quite a reserved pace for Naomi Korir. I think she just wants to qualify for the finals tomorrow. Easy run for her. Easy run. Already they're on 205, 206, 207, 208, 209.44. So the second lap was much slower because they crossed with the 62 in the first lap.
I think for the athletes, I think they just want to qualify for the finals, because I think we have about 3 hits here. So just going for the finals. And remember, the first medal we got in this event in the 800 meters is 2007 through Janet Chepkosgei in Osaka, Japan. And we had another gold medal from Moscow, that is from Unisum. And now 2023, where we are the defending champions, Mary Moraa. So since the inception of this event, the 800 meters, we have 3 gold medals so far since 1983. You remember the name Maria Mutola? Do you remember?
Yeah. Famously known as Maputo, Maria Mutola. She gave us she was quite a problem to the Kenyans in this event. Then Pamela did not get anything in the World Championship. She only got the diamond. She only got the Olympics and the jackpot. You remember, she's the last athlete to get the jackpot. Hit number 2, 800 meters women, semi-final.
Well, athletes competing in the hit 2 of the 800 meters, we have Pauline Muhonja, Milka Maturu, that is all from Nairobi, Martha Njeri Central, Diana Chepkorir Western, Josephine Sembeo Magnwa, Frida Mweu Tatu City, Sarah Kwamboka North, Nyanza South, Dorcas Wanjiku Central, Sharon Chepkosgei KDF, Zion Nyamusi Nairobi, and Margaret Tageu from KDF. Those are the athletes competing in the second hit of the 800 meters race. And off they go. That is the second hit of the 800 meters. Remember, we have 41 athletes in this event, and Margaret Tageu, 966, leading with a wide margin there, about a gap of about 12 meters in the first lap. She's leading in a wide gap, but of course the other athletes are now closing in the first lap. She is crossing the line there with 59, which is really good. The other athletes are trying to chase her, and they are catching up with the 300 meters to go. Will she be able to maintain the pace? But it seems things are changing here. The second athlete is now gone. Oh, so she was pacing. She was actually pacing. She has now dropped.
Last week, I remember telling Greg, the previous week, that some athletes, you'll follow them, not realizing they are doing just the pacing duties for other athletes. Josephine Sebeyo now in the lead. Negotiating 100 meters to go. Already we are on 2 minutes. This will be 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210. 210.42. Slower than the first semi-final. Heading into the third semi-final now of the women 800 meters.
Central. Lane 6, Esther Mora, KDF. 3,000 meters steeplechase. Women, start.
800 meters, semi-final 3. We have Abigail Chepkemoi, Karo Sabonyu, Sharon Chepchumba, Catherine Wambui, Masi Muihaki, Esther Mora, Vivian Chebet, Emily Jerop, Alice Mora, Yvonne Kingori, Anastasia Seleyan, and Francisca Chemtai. Very nice start. Remember, you maintain your lane until the first 100 meter, then you join from the 100-meter point, from the starting point. So they've joined in nicely. On the lead is Vivian.
Yes, remember Vivian went to the Olympics. She was at the Olympics where she reached, it's called reproduction. Yeah, and she also went to the World Indoor Championships. She represented Kenya, the World Indoor. The experience crossing the line in 1 minute. The 400 meters mark in 1 minute. You can see she's all alone ahead with a gap of about 10 meters from the second athlete. Now there's need for these athletes to run faster times because the world is really getting faster and faster. I don't know it's because of the technology or what, but the 800 meters is really getting fast.
Vivian Chebet leading the pack. Vivian Chebet still leading the pack, trying to run faster time. 50 meters to go. He's still pushing. I think this will be a very fast time compared to the rest. 2:01, 2:02, 2:03.73 seconds for Vivian Chebet.
Well, some of these athletes have been fortunate enough to meet them during their training, especially the middle distance and long distance athletes. I've been meeting them either in the South Rift, North Rift, doing their training. But it's really sad because now in Rift Valley, there is no working stadium. All the stadiums are closed for renovation. And I hope the renovation will now be of good advantage to these athletes so that they can be able to use them so well.
When you say Rift Valley, do you mean Kipchoge only, or do you mean also the Kericho Green Stadium? Because I understand Kericho Green Stadium, the tartan was removed during the celebration last year, and that's where my immediate boss comes from, Aaron Cheriot. Do you mean there's no stadium?
You have to tell your boss to improve that stadium because the tartan was removed and they cannot use it for training. So they normally go to a nearby institution, that is Kericho Teachers College, for their training session, especially for speed session, because a stadium is good for speed work session. You can attest to that. And talking about Kipchoge, it has also been closed. The athletes cannot access it as we talk. So they only go to the universities to use the Maram serviced facilities.
We have a government official working in the Ministry of Sports here with us, Coach Bernard Ouma. I hope he is listening to us and is the advisor to the CS Sports. So the message is home. Something will be done. Now to the 800 meters men semi-final 1.
$800 meters men, hit 1, Joseph Tobiko, Morgan Kimwetich, Boniface Lekisima, Vincent Kiplangat, Julius Lepano, Levi Kimeli, Godfrey Waweru, and Kevin Korir. and off they go so well. The, the first hit of the 800 meters men, remember they are running for 2 laps. We want to see how the race will unfold. Will it be a slow or a fast race? Remember, Kenya also has, in the men's event, we have a silver from Emmanuel Wanyonyi at the World, where he bagged gold, he bagged silver at Budapest. He had a silver because I remember Arop managed to beat him. But when you talk to Wanyonyi, he normally says that I didn't have enough experience then. That is why he managed to win gold at the Olympic Games in Paris. So are we going to get a gold medal this year? So crossing in 52, is that fast, coach?
52 seconds is a decent pace. I'm just looking at the way the athletes are running. Is it smooth or is it a struggle? Right now, it's a struggle. So that was pace setting. So we have 3 athletes at the front. They don't look smooth. The one with the yellow short, I thought it was Wanyonyi, since I'm so used to seeing Wanyonyi in the Adidas attire. Wanyonyi is in very good shape this year. He beat 1500-meter athletes at the Grand Slam, and he really wants to get that world championship. That's Morgan in the front. Morgan Kimgetich pushing and winning that semi-final in 150.04 seconds. Quite slow pace. That's quite a slow time. Semi-final 1 of the men 800 meter. 148.39 seconds. 148.39 seconds. Charles Simoto. Jared Momanyi, lane 1. Momanyi is known for the 400 meters. Then we have Alan Kipiago in lane number 7.
We have Gerard Momanyi, Fanuel Koech. Fanuel Koech actually has a world record under 20 recently from Adidas. Abednego Runguta, Robert Korir. And off they go. We have Noah Koech, Kelvin Bera, Peace Wayaki, Alan Kibiego, and Justin Kiprotich. Charity, you have some interview with Vincent. Are you ready?
Vincent Kitter, former world under-20 champion in Nairobi in the 1500 meters. Today he's ran the 800 race. I think the last weekend he ran the 5000. Ulikimbia 5000 dengi?
800.
Ulikimbia 800.
Yes.
So far umekuwa, tunajua unatafuta speed yako ya 1500.
Yes, natafuta speed. Juu nimekuja leo 800. Juzi nikakimbia 800. Sasa narekebisha sasa final preparation for Diamond League. Yes.
Unatarajia kwenda Diamond League gani?
Rabat. Sana naenda kung'ang'ana ni qualify World Championship. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was Vincent Kittel, former world under-20 champion in the 1500 meters. He's saying that he was coming here to do the 800 to work for speed as he tries to look for qualification for the 1500 meters. He's saying that he'll be going to compete and try and qualify in Rapat Diamond League. Over to you, Rotich, as we come to the end of this heat of the 800 meters.
Thank you, Charity. As you can see, that is Fanuel Koech finishing the race in style. 1:47.02, actually the fastest this afternoon in the 800 meters. I was telling you, Fanuel, of course, he won the ISF gold last year during the cross country here in Ngong, Nairobi. And then we have now, he recently went to the Adi Zero meet in Adidas, that is in Germany. He ran the world record in under 20. Remember, he's just a young man, was just finished school recently. And he's doing so well, and he's following the footsteps of Emmanuel Wanyonyi.
It means the future of 800 meters is in really safe hands with Fanuel.
Yes, together with him, there is another guy called Kevin, who also trains with Wanyonyi. And I think there's some good work going on in terms of grooming the next generation in 800 meters. Because if you have such athletes, then we are safe.
Of course, the head of AK Youth Development, Mr. Barnaba Korir, also vying as the first deputy Vice President of the National Olympic Committee of Kenya. Remember, the elections for the National Olympic Committee will be held on 5th of June. This was after the first attempt was aborted because of wrangles in the federations. Four federations that filed their cases in court on who was supposed to vote. So the matter has been settled, and on 5th of next month we'll have, as you can see, Charity, you can take it over. Clean start there from the 5th semi-final of the 800 meters. Really fast start. Charity, you can take over.
Thank you so much, Rotich. I'm joined here by Fanuel Koech, who announced his arrival, his talent in athletics during the World Secondary School cross country. Fanuel, recently umekimbia at 0. Imekuwa vipi kwako?
Kimbia kwanza kabisa, kwa majina naitwa Fanuel. Nimekimbia kule Adisero. Kaibu kwa number 4 na nikavunja world record ya under 20. So nafurahi. Nimekuja hapa kukimbia 800. Ningekimbia 15 lakini fenye tulifika hakuna 15, nikasema acha nikimbie 800 juu it's not the first time kukimbia 800. But now I'm preparing 1500 in Kipkeino Classic. Yeah.
So Fanuel, so far vile umekimbia leo 800, speed yako imefeel aje?
Speed yangu iko sawa. Endurance niko nayo, so naenda tu kutafuta speed pekee.
All the best and congratulations. That was Fanuel Koech. He's saying that he was not he came here, he thought that there will be 1500 where he would compete, but when he saw it was 800 in either the way, he didn't give up and continue. He decided to sign up for 800 and competed, and he was able to win in his heat. Over to you, Rotich, as we continue with the event.
Rotich winning that semi-final in 150.57 seconds. Rotich winning that semi-final. We now move to the 6th semi-final of the 800 meters. The winner of that one was Amos Kiplagat, winning in 150.57 seconds.
That is another hit. It's 5. Cosmas Kiplagat, Emmanuel Waitage, Felix Lemama, Daniel Melil, Amos Kiplangat, Collins Kitao, Joseph Kiproti, Jonah Kiprop, Steven Barige, and that was a false start. They have to go back to the blocks. A green card being shown to the athletes there. Hillary, you said a green card is due to...
Green card is machine failure. So that's a faulty start. Clean start now. In the sixth semi-final of the men 800 meters. One athlete, that one is a direct disqualification because he's not maintained to his lane. The guy started late and ran in somebody's lane. So that one will be disqualified immediately. For this race, when you start the race, you have to maintain on your lane until after 100 meters. When you're coming off the curve, that's when you join onto the inside lane. So stick to your lane for the first 100 meters, then join. .54, 55, crossing the line in 55 seconds. First lap, 55 seconds, but the leading pack, the athlete is really struggling. Really struggling. Remember when David Rudisha broke this record, the 800-meter record, he crossed the 600 meters in 1:16. 1 minute 16 seconds. That was the first lap he crossed at 49 seconds. So it was really flying for him to clock the world record.
Yeah, and it's if you watch that race, of course he crosses there at 1:52.00. If you watch the Rudisha race that was in London in 2012, it was really fast. It was really fast because I think he had planned for this, and the record is still there. It has not been beaten up to date. Because I remember even Kitum, he was trying to follow Rudisha, but of course, eventually he won a bronze medal, which was really good for him. But that pace was so fast.
Remember, Kitum is the husband to Faith Kipyegon right now. Yes, the current husband, and together they have one little child, a baby girl, a lady. Of course, she's not really baby right now because she's now attending school. Yes, but that race is very clear in my mind. Remember, David Rudisha had attempted the record in Italy. He broke it. Then he came to London when he was really fresh from breaking the world record and still broke it again. Many athletes wouldn't want to break the world records in a championship because of the rounds, coming from the heats, going to the semi, then final. You reach the final when you're really tired. But he did it he did it in London, breaking the record in a championship. And Aropas is really looking at breaking that record.
Well, talking of Rudisha, we have athletes who have also done well and bagged medals since the inception of these events. That is in 1983. Actually, 800 meters started in 1985, where Paul Reng won the first gold medal for Kenya in 1989, and then he retained his title in 1991 in Sevilla. Then Kenya was in a drought until 2006 when Wilfred Bungei bagged a gold medal in Moscow Games. And then there was another drought that we've been waiting since. That is since 2006. After Bungei won, we have never won gold in the 800 meters race. But I think Emmanuel Korir won gold in Oregon. I think he won gold, but he's not captured here. But anyway, we don't know. But so far, he is still looking for that gold. Last year, actually, what I was giving you, my dear readers, was my dear listeners, is the World Indoor Championships medals. But for the World Championships outdoor, Billy Concella was the first athlete to win in Rome in 1987. He retained his title in 1991. Then Paul Ruto, Stuttgart, 1993. Then Alfred Kirwa won in 2007. 2011, David Rudisha bagged a gold also. In 2015, he also won gold. That is David Rudisha. And 2022, we had Emmanuel Korir winning gold in the 800 meters race. So 2023, we lost gold after Marco Arop managed to beat Emmanuel Wanyonyi in the Budapest Games. But this year, I think it will be a tough affair for Marco if Wanyonyi maintains the shape he had at the Olympics where he won gold. He managed to beat him. If you talk to Wanyonyi, he will tell you that at the Budapest he wasn't that experienced. Remember, in 2021 he won the under 20 gold medal before competing at the Oregon Games, where he was in 4th position. And then in 2023 he came second, winning silver. And I think this year he's going for gold.
The battle will be between Arop and Wanyonyi, and of course, with all due respect to other athletes competing, with total due respect to all the other athletes competing, but the goals will be shared. The gold and the silver will be between the two athletes, because already we can see the signs.
Remember, we had a total of 126 in the 800 meters race. So after the 800 meters race, we shall be heading to 3,000 meters steeplechase women, where we have a number of upcoming athletes competing in this event. Remember, I told you earlier, our very own Olympics bronze medalist, Faith Cherotich, will be competing tomorrow at the Doha Diamond League. This is the 3rd Diamond League so far, and the first international event for Cherotich, whom she said that she's really looking forward to winning that event, to finish at the podium, so that she can be able to gauge her season performance this season as she prepares to go for the Worlds. And remember, she'll be competing with her rivals, Peruth Chemutai, the former Olympics champion from Uganda, Kenyan-born Winfred Yavi, Kenyan-born Bahrainian Winfred Yavi, who is also the Olympics and world champion. Then we have the 2022 world champion Nora Jeruta with her sister Daisy Chepkemei, who both train in Iten. So these athletes, among others, who will be competing at the Diamond League tomorrow. It will be the last event of the Doha Diamond League. So we shall be waiting to see how that event will unfold. We are now in the 800 meters Gaturu lane 1. Y, Nairobi. Protich, lane 3. Taresiso Macharia from prisons, lane 4. Return from prison, lane 5. Joseph, lane 6. Silas Moreidi. Those are the athletes competing in this heat. All the best to the athletes. And off they go. Remember, athletes are seeking qualifications, but here they're just doing a build-up to see how they are performing ahead of a very, very busy season, which has already started because we've done already 5 meets across the country, and this is the sixth and last hit. The 6th and the last meet of the Athletics Kenya Betika track and field. From here, athletes will be heading to the counties, then to the regional level, and of course, that will end at the national championships. The national championships, the federation will be able to get a clear picture of who is able to be invited to compete at the world championships, national trials, so that a team will be selected to represent Kenya in Tokyo, Japan. As you can hear people at the stadium cheering for the leading athlete. I told you these athletes are 126 in total. So we'll be able to get to know who has won where. There he goes, finishing the race in 1:55.86. A little bit slow. Remember, there are the other hits. We saw athletes running 1:47. That shows this is a little bit slow. Remember, we are at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Nairobi for the 2-day event, today and tomorrow. It's a beautiful stadium. It's a beautiful facility. I can see aeroplanes here landing at the Wilson Airport. Very nice view. Just cutting across the stadium. Javelin also there, women's javelin ongoing. I'll be telling you who the athletes who are doing javelin are in a few. That is javelin going on. Javelin women, we have Karo Nasieku, Sapunyo from Kenya Forest, Marion Karue, KDF, Naomi Cherotich Korir, KDF, Dorothy Chemgatit Riro, Police, Damaklin Nyakeuri, Police, Gladwell Kaptuya, Chepchieng, Faith Chebet, KDF, Caroline Onyango Dori, Western, Faith Cherotich Riro, South Rift, Becky Chelangat, South Rift, and Teresa Jemutai Lilei from the Kenya Forest Service. Those are the 11 athletes competing at the javelin event. Beautiful start there. One athlete drops. I don't know, he has picked an injury. He has dropped out of the race. I don't know what happened there. So we have athletes taking the 300 meters, the 200 meters curve there, going into the 100 meters stretch. Will this race be fast? Is it going to be slow? And we shall see what time they'll cross the 400 mark. That is 55 at the 400 meters mark. Five athletes stuck together. $300 meters to go. $300 meters to go. Will he be able to hold that? That is David Kipkoech from Sinonin Camp. Is he going to hold it to the finish line? And there he goes. He has been able to sustain the pace. I started celebrating running 1:49.35. 1:49.35. That is Kipkoech from Sinonin. David Kipkoech from Sinonin, not Kibet, but David Kipkoech from Sinonin Camp. Sinonin Camp actually is being headed by one of the veteran coaches, and has been able to transform many lives in Baringo. That is Kitilit, Barnabas Kitilit, has been able to transform lives there in Baringo. Supported many athletes. There are many athletes who are currently in Japan. Others are they went to the US through the scholarship program, and they're doing very well. We saw recently Ishmael Kipkrui managed to run and qualify and get qualification for the World Championships. So he has been supportive to the athletes. Doing very well. So on to the next hit.
Pita nyuma bosi.
Well, remember, we are still doing the hits in the 800 meters race. I remember I told you we have 126 athletes who registered to compete in this event. But going by the history, today I was telling you, since Kenya started participating in the 800 meters at the World Championships, we've won 7 gold medals, 3 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals. That is a total of 14 medals so far since we started competing at the World Championships. Remember, World Championships is a very competitive event, and the three silver medals that we won came through Wilfred Bungay in 2001 in Edmonton, Alfred Kirwa in 2009 in Berlin, and Emmanuel Wanyonyi in 2023 at the Budapest. Games. Then we had a bronze medalist, Billy Conchella, in 1993 in Stuttgart. William Yampoi, Helsinki, 2005. And then we have Kipyegon Bait, the late, may his soul rest in peace, managed to get a bronze medal at the 2017 World Championships in London. And then Ferguson Rotich managed to win another bronze in 2019 at the Doha Games. So far we have 14 medals in this event, in the men's event. I'm talking about men's event, 800 meters race. That is 7 gold medals. We have 3 silver medals and 4 bronze medals, a total of 14. So far, Kenya is topping the medal table, with Denmark coming in second, with 3 medals, and then United States has 4 medals. We have also Algeria, South Africa, and Canada all in position 4, 3 medals. Bahrain, Ethiopia follows, Switzerland, West Germany, and then we have, of course, Germany, and then we have France, Russia, Poland, Brazil, in that order. So Kenya is leading in that event with a total of 15 medals. Nicolas Leparan, James Kisukilen 3, Robin Kiplagat from Notre Dame 4, Ezekiel Kibet 5, Basare from KWS, and Vincent Kirwa from Central, Totimas Toy in lane 8. All the best to them. And that marks the end of the 800 meters event, where we had 126 athletes who registered to compete here today. I'm very sure all the athletes have managed to get what they need to run here, and they'll be able to use their performance here to sharpen their skills ahead of as the season continues as we continue with the season, which will end up at the World Championships. Well, on to the next event. We have the 3,000 meter steeplechase final, where we have 10 athletes: Winsome Gerono from KDF, Faith Cherotich from Nairobi, Tekla Cheserek from the Kenya prisons. We have Dorcas Chepteken from Magnolia, Joyce Chepkirui Mening from Nairobi, and Natasha Cheptolangat from Lemotit Camp, Sharon Chepkemoy from Lemotit Camp, Diana Chepkemoy Lemotit Camp, Joyce Biwot North Rift, Jacqueline Cheron North Rift. Well, the favorite of the race here is Diana Chepkemoy, who has a bronze medal from the World Under-20 Championships in Cali, Colombia. Not Cali, Colombia, but Lima, Peru. That is in Lima, Peru. The World Under-20 Championships. Chief starter there, Katam. As you can watch on your screens, that is Katam, one of the starters, one of the few starters we have in Kenya. Also an officer at the National Police. Remember, Kenya is trying to also reclaim the title we lost in this event. And off they go so well. We want to see how the athletes will compete in this event here today. With 7 laps to go, we are waiting to see how this race will unfold. Favorite here is Diana Chepkemoy. That is Diana Chepkemoy from Lemotit. Hillary, steeplechase. We have one of the favorite fast rising, Cherotich. Do you think this year she can be able to match maybe Yavi and even win the gold medal?
Faith stated that she is not in a hurry to compete with the rest. She just wants to compete against her time. We really hope that competing against her time means going for the gold medal and not just going for any other medal. Remember one of our own who runs for Qatar. Is it Qatar? Yavi. Bahrain. Yes, remember Yavi is also a clean favorite. And Yavi trains here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. You'll see her with her coach Mutinda here sometimes during the week. And we also have Beatrice in the mix. Though Beatrice had a small injury last season, I hope it has cleared and she's back running. We also have Nora from Kazakhstan. So it's a battle of Kenyans and Kenyans living in Kenya and Kenyans living in Bahrain and, Kazakhstan. But this is a 3,000 meter steeplechase for women. Final. 3,000 meters women steeplechase final. Joyce Biwott leading the 3,000 meters steeplechase women from North Rift. Joyce Biwott, then the leading pack. Then we have athletes from Lemoit camp, the athletes in orange vest. Did I see Joyce Biwott stopping to jump over the barrier? At the moment she's dribbling and she's that's better clearance for her. But ladies from Lemoit camp have really come up well in this event, and they're among the top. From the top 4, there are 3 of them. Sharon Chepkamoi taking the lead now from Lemoit camp. Taking over from Joyce Biwott, who falls back into 3rd position. Lemoit camp, based in Kericho County, now taking the lead. Lemotit camp now taking position 1 and 2. This is a 3,000 meter steeplechase women final. Lemotit camp now taking positions 1, 2, and 4. Sharon Chepkamoi still taking the lead. Diana Chepkamoi coming in second. All of them coming from Lemotit camp. Sharon Chepkemoi still taking the lead, followed by Diana Chepkemoi. Then Anastasia Chepto takes third position now. 1, 2, 3 from Lemotit camp. 1, 2, 3 from Lemotit camp. Sharon Chepkemoi in the lead, followed by Diana Chepkemoi, and third is Anastasia Chepto. Heading to the final lap. Final lap. Sharon Chepkemoi taking the lead. $3,000 meters steeplechase. 1, 2, 3 from Lemotit camp. Chepto, and Cherop. Sharon Chepkemoi winning that in 9:57.28, followed by Diana Chepkemoi. Then Anastasia Chepto coming in third from Lemotit camp. So Lemotit camp takes the 1, 2, 3, 20,000, 15,000, and 10,000, all going to Lemotit camp.
Thank you so much, Rotich. I'm joined here by Sharon Chepkemoi. She's won the 3,000 meters steeplechase. Sharon, mazoezi yako imekuwa vipi?
Mazoezi yangu ni mzuri. Kwanza kabisa wacha nishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutuwezesha hadi tumalize hii race tukiwa salama salimini. Pili, jina ni Chepkemoi Sharon kutoka Unauthorized Athletics Training Camp under coach Paul Kemei.
So kuna baria yoyote umesikia ni ngumu kwako kuruka?
Hakuna, ni hali ya kuvumilia tu.
Okay, all the best. Thank you. Okay. That was Sharon Chepkemoi number. As I wait for number 2. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina mimi na Dana Chepkemoi kutoka Unauthorized Athletics Training Camp under coach Paul Kemei.
Diana, nimeona mmekuja ulikuwa nyuma kidogo but race ikikaribia kuisha ukakuja mbele. Nini imekusukuma? Competition haikuwa vile unataka?
Wacha nishukuru Mungu kwa sababu amenilinda hadi nikamaliza race ya leo nikakuwa position 2. Race ya leo haikuwa mbaya lakini nilivumilia kwa sababu nilikuwa nimepata shida kidogo kwa miguu lakini niling'ang'ana hadi nikakuwa position 2. Wacha nishukuru wenzangu akina Sharon Chepkemoi na Anatasha Chepto kwa timu wa Kenya tuko nayo. Naambia tung'ang'ane hivyo, Mungu atatupigania. Yeah.
Okay, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Sharon Chepkemoi and Diana Chepkemoi. They've won the 3,000 meter steeplechase. They're both from Unauthorized camp, and they're happy that they've been able to complete. Over to you, Rotich, as we continue with the next race.
Thank you, Charity. Now we move on to the 400 meters women final. 8 athletes, so this is a straight final. As they walk in, I can see Rahab Ndirangu there at the back. Remember, Rahab was at the African Championship, being ushered in at the start of the 400 meters hurdles women. 400 meters hurdles women final. 8 athletes who showed up at the call room. Rahab Ndirangu in the pink socks, 3907 running number. Sheila Chepkorir, lane number 1. Enlen Matalong, lane number 2. Raham Dirangu, lane number 3. Obel Florence, lane number 4. Valentine Mokaya, lane number 5. The Chepkirui, lane number 6. Gladys Gure, lane number 7. Lydia Mawia in lane number 8. 400 meters hurdles, women final. Of course, Rahab Dirangu, the favorite for this race. Very experienced athlete in this event. In lane number 3. Clean start there. And Dirangu trying to push it from the word go. Closing in on the 4 athletes. Dirangu with a bit of dribbling in between the hurdles, but she comes in second from the 200-meter point and getting a challenge from Ngure, lane number 7. But Dirangu coming in fast there in bib number 907. That's Ram Dirangu leading this final. Dribble, but clears the hurdle well. Comes in very fast. Jumping clear favorite there and running 59.68 seconds. 59.68 seconds for Raham Dirangu there in the 400 meters hurdle women final. Martin Musyoka, Newton Kipngetich, Gilbert Kipkokirirotich, lane number 6, Victor Koril, lane number 7, Samuel Rugut, lane number 8. 400 meters hurdles, semi-final 1. The athletes in this race are supposed to go over 10 hurdles. 5 in the first half of the race and 5 in the second half of the race. First half means up to the 200-meter mark. They'll have gone over 5 hurdles. Clean start there from the athletes. Samuel Rigut leading from lane number 8. Victor Korir coming in quick. Musyoka also running from the inside. Keep Korir Rotich. This is where it hurts, Rotich. That is where it hurts. From hurdle number 7. Keep Korir Rotich in the lead. And of course, we can see somebody falling down there. Keep Korir Rotich running once a sub 50. 49.53 seconds. 49.53 seconds. That's one of the fastest times run this year in Kenya. The qualifying time for the 400 meters hurdles to the World Championship is 48.50. Kipkorir Rotich has run 49.53 seconds, just 1 second shy. So this means between now and the trials in July, he needs to share just 1 second. And that one just comes with the hurdle clearance. Yes, just the hurdle clearance. We have the second semi-final where I can see Ngunjiri in lane number 5. William Lagat in lane number 8. So it's prisons, KDF, individual, KDF, individual prisons in that order. Ngunjiri is a very fast starter. He always wants to go out fast up to the 300-meter point. So let's wait and see if he has changed tactics. Ngunjiri, lane number 5. Clean start. Ngunjiri closing in on the athlete in front of him. Clears that in good time. Ngunjiri, lane number 5, is known for hitting half of the hurdles in the race. Coming in well. I've seen an athlete has rotated, like, you know, the way a car can rotate and face where it has come from. That's what has happened. He cleared the hurdle, then he turned 360 degrees. Of course, Ngujiri leading as expected, and he hits half the hurdles. Ngujiri finishing in 51.25 seconds to win the second semi-final. The qualifying time for this event for the World Championship is 48.50 seconds.
I think, Hillary, for sprints, it's really important for the athletes to know that those microseconds really matter a lot. You have to run very fast. There's no time for running a slow time here. So even if it's not counting, just run so fast, because it will help you in the near future, because you still have some time to qualify for these events, and the World Championships is still way in September. Of course, the athletes who don't want to pick early, because we still have like 3 months to go. They don't want to pick early, so they want to run gradually, so that by the time they're reaching maybe trials, they'll be at their peak now, so that they can be able to run at the World Championship so well. And maybe in terms of the just concluded World Relay Championships, can we say the early, they went to the camp very early? Was that also a factor that contributed to their good performance?
Well, what changed this time round is we advised the ministry and the federation to just take the athletes earlier to the race venue, to where the championships will be, and most importantly, they should arrive there as healthy and with less jet lag as possible. So the idea was cut off the layovers, reduce the amount of time they are at the airport. They were just coming off from Doha to another flight, then to China, as opposed to what was happening in the past. You go stay Doha 7 hours, go stay I don't know where 8 hours. By the time the athlete arrives at the venue, they have proper jet lag, and then they will arrive today, and then the following day they'll be running. So they only had 1 day to rest. This time round, the federation and the ministry, working hand in hand, cut off the amount of time at the layovers, and the athletes arrived there earlier. And one thing that people don't say it, one of our athletes is always affected by that cabin pressure. The athlete traveled earlier with a coach. So that athlete, I don't want to mention names, was taken 2 days before the others will arrive. And that one really helped us. And the athlete we are talking about really helped us in the final, because he split 44.53 in the hits and in the final. One of our top sprinters in the 400 meters. But just those small adjustments, it's about technical bit of their running, and they're just the technical bit. Change the technical bit and it works. We just technical. And that is what has helped us, taking 3 out of 4 teams to the World Championship. And we're coming to the last event of the day, the 200 meters semi-final. We start with the women, then we move to the men. Of course, the race favorite, as you can see there, is Mills and Doro. Mills and Doro in running number 1309. Favorite for this race, you can see from our screens. Mills and Doro is a fashionista. She doesn't just mix colors. She likes to wear proper uniform. If it's pink today, it's pink throughout. You can see the headgear is pink. The top is pink. You can see the tires are also pink. It's just the shoes that are. If Nike would have come up with another pink for her, she would really appreciate. but she has white just to blend with the pink. Of course, that's Millicent Doro we are talking about. The first semi-final of the 200 meters women. We also have the Olympian Lucia William in the background having tapes on her knee and the hamstring. Then Nyambura, lane 1. 2 semi-finals for both men and women.
And look who is at the stadium to watch the athletes. Mary Mora. She's seated down there at the seats at the terraces, watching the athletes competing. Of course, Vincent Mumo there, also one of the top coaches. Yeah, and a number of journalists here who are covering this event. You can see Ayumba there, Ayumba Ayodi. These are some of the names you will not miss in an athletics event. Njoro, Charity, Cheriot, some of the names, Benson, those are some of the people you'll never miss when there is an athletics event. So they are here to compete, to see how the athletes are competing and as they build up towards the Tokyo 2025. Had we won this event, we would be preparing now to host the World Championships. But I understand you are also bidding for 2029. I don't know how far it is, but we might be able to get the 2029 World Championships. Because remember, 2027, we are also going back to China, Beijing, China. When 2029, we hope we'll be able to be awarded to host the event. Actually, Kenya is in good position to host because we have good facility. Of course, we have the Moi International Sports Center Kasarani, which is being renovated. We hope it will be able to host the World Championships in 2029 if we will be awarded the bid. And having done World Under 20, World Under 18, I think it's now the right time to graduate to World Championships. We hope so. We hope we'll be able to get that chance to host this event. Bring all the champions to Nairobi so that they can be able to compete here, because we have infrastructure in terms of accommodation. We have enough accommodation here in Nairobi. So it's a matter of praying that we continue having the right facilities to host this event.
Actually, there is a bid that has been done for the World Championship. There's a bid, I know, I have knowledge that the bid was done, and we are bidding, we want to host the World Championship here in Nairobi. Of course, the event in August, the CHAN and the AFCON in 2027 will determine a lot if we can handle such a championship. I know we've hosted the World Under 18 and World Under 20 in Nairobi. We are now bidding to host the senior one, the World Championship. I hope that bid goes through and will be granted. Of course, this is the 200 meters women, semi-final 1 and 2. Then we move to the men, then we call it a day. Clean start there from Milson Doro and the rest. As you can see, Milson Doro race favorite in the pink attire, pushing together with Lucia Williams. Milson Doro pulls away from the rest of the field. Clean favorite. 23.66 seconds from Milson Doro. That is one of the fastest time. That is the fastest time ever to be run in this country this year. 23.65 seconds coming from Milson Doro. Remember, Milson Doro also ran the Masters World Championship in the Masters that happened in the United States of America, where she bagged a gold medal. So that's very good coming from her. Now we move to the second semi-final of the women 200 meters. There we go in the second semi-final of the women 200 meters. Of course, Morara coming in very fast off the curve. Morara running on the inside line, in the inside lane. Lois Morara in the green attire, coming in 24.34 seconds, winning time. Now we move to the men 200 meter semi-final 1 and 2. Remember, we have the three fastest men running in these 200 meters. We have Weissman Were, we have Zablon Ekwam, and we have Mwai. Also, of course, I had forgotten about Isaboke also running a very fast time today. So Ekwam, Weissman, Isaboke, and Mwai. Lane number 1, Dennis Kiroi. The starters have said they are ready. Isabuke, lane number 7. Ekwam, lane number 5. Clean start. Equam trying to come off the curve. Equam and Isaboke there. Equam now coming up in the front and pulling away from the rest of the pack. Isaac in number 2 there. Equam 20.61 seconds. Fastest time run this year in Kenya. Zablo Mekwam was first, second was Isaac Omurwa. In the second semi-final, we have Wise Manwere, who also ran at 20.74 today in the morning. So let's wait and see what time he'll be able to run. He's running against Dennis Mwai, Esbono Cheng, Martin Juma. Lane 1 Esbono Cheng, Lane 2 Martin Juma, Lane 3 Dennis Mwai. Jackton Kevin, lane number 4. Lane 5, Wiseman Were. Sorry, lane number 6, Dennis Moy. David Masika, lane number 7. And then Kevin Tauta, lane number 8. Notable absentee in this race is, of course, Dan Kiviazi, who couldn't get out of the heats. They were just picking the top 16 athletes to make it to the semi-final. The slowest in the semi-final had a 22.00 second. Semi-final 2, remember the first semi-final was won by Zablo Nakwan in a time of 20.06. As we start on that, time to beat is 20.60 seconds. Wiseman Were and Dennis Mwai. Wiseman Were, Dennis Mwai. Wiseman Were, Dennis Mwai. Wiseman Were, Dennis Mwai. Dennis Mwai, Wiseman Were, Wiseman Were. 20.54 seconds. The fastest time run this year, 20.54 seconds in a legal wind of minus 1.4. Wiseman Were takes the mantle from Zablon Ekwam, who had a time of 20.60, and he lowers his time to a 20.54 second. I don't know what we'll have in the final, but things are looking good for Team Kenya. This is a good sign. Remember, Wiseman Were was dropped from the did not run in the relays at the World Relay Championship. He was overlooked. But he told me today morning that he wanted to prove a point, and he has proved his point. Wiseman Were. We wait for the final tomorrow. Dennis Mwai has run a 20.70 in second place. This means we have 3 guys, as I said earlier, who've run sub 21 this year. Wiseman Were, Zablon Ekwam, and Dennis Mwai.
Well, it has been a successful day. It started with a chilly morning, and after some time, of course, it was a clear Nairobi. The skies were clear, and it has been a successful day, if I can say that. And it's the end of day one. I can see we have finished today's events, and tomorrow, very early in the morning, at about 9, we shall be starting tomorrow's events. And we expect all the events tomorrow will be final races, and we shall be able to see how athletes will be able to compete here. Remember, this is the 6th edition of the AK Betika Track and Field Championships, where we are expecting athletes to gauge their performance as we head to the county level and then to the regional and the discipline forces that will all culminate at the national championships to be held in July. And then that will pave way for the national trials, where athletes will be selected to represent Kenya at the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan in September. Remember, the athletes who will be competing in that event have to qualify for the championships. And just to tell you, we have a qualification system where 100 meters, the target number for the World Championships is 48. 200 and 400, you have 48 athletes. 800 meters, 56. 1500, 56. 3000 steeplechase, 36. 5,000, 42, 10,000, 27. Then we have the 100 meters hurdles, 110 meters hurdles, 400 meters hurdles, 40. And then combined events, we have 24, marathon 100, 20 kilometers race walk 50, 35 kilometers race walk 50, and relays, and total number should be 16. I will be handing you over to Charity as we end day one. Charity?
Day and the first day of the 6th athletics weekend meeting. I'm joined here by Coach Hilary. Hilary has been a commentator with us for some time now, but today he was here for the sprints also. Hilary, looking at today's performance, what's your take?
Today we've seen 3 fastest times run this year. We've seen 3 athletes going sub 21. There is the one who started it was of course Zablon Ekwam, running at 20.61. He celebrated, imagining he has the fastest time. Then 2 minutes later, Wiseman Were came and ran at 20.54. He didn't celebrate, he just walked off and headed to the other side. And of course the young Dennis Mwai, he was run at 20.70. Didn't celebrate also. So it means tomorrow we might see quicker times. And remember, Wiseman Were and Dennis Ekwam just from the World Relay Championship that was held in China. And Wiseman Were was overlooked in the relay. So today morning he told me, Coach Hila, these guys overlooked me. I have to show them that never doubt Wiseman Were.
And he sent a statement.
And this was just a statement run. And I can't wait. Maybe the fastest time that has ever been run in Kenya is at 20.24. I don't know if we will be able to beat Ferdinand Omanyala's time of that time. So I'll just wait for tomorrow. Remember, we didn't have 100 meters, so all the discussion is just around 200 meters in the sprints. And also we've seen a very fast time in the hurdles, 400 meters hurdles of 49.53 by Musyoka, by Korir. Yes.
I was also impressed. I've seen the likes of Millicent Ndoro coming back at her age. She ran masters, and also now she's coming and competing here. She's competed well. We've also had Meshak Babu is saying that today he skipped it in preparations for the KDF championships that we'll be having. Looking forward to see how he is going to be performing. He's saying that his body is responding well. we have several athletes coming up, and the most impressive part for me this month was the World Championships relay. Many people are wondering why we are celebrating. We only have a bronze. Maybe if you can elaborate.
Okay, before I talk about the World Relay Championships, I'll just have to talk about Millicent Doro, because she's been the standout athlete in the 200 meters women, running at 23.66 seconds. Remember, she's running the Masters. She brought gold to the country at the World Championship, and she's come back, she's running 23.66. That's quite a decent time. And talking about the World Relay Championship, we took 4 teams. 3 have qualified for the World Championship. Why should we not celebrate? That is 75%. When you do the marking, that is an A. So we should celebrate. I know some others are telling, today morning, some people are telling me, oh, why it not for the Jamaica not reaching the finishing line, we will not have qualified. But I tell them, God's plan, you cannot question. We were in the same meet with Jamaica. They dropped the baton. We were in the same meet with them in the reproduction. They dropped the baton. Maybe they feared us. Yeah, we cannot say because Jamaica did not finish. That's hogwash. We are in the World Championship and we need to celebrate. We'll be having 3 teams in the World Championship. 3 times 6 is 18 sprinters.
That's the biggest number that you've had in the World Relays, in the World Championships.
I hope the Federation and the Ministry stick to 6 per event. 4 to run, 2 to reserve. So we have 18 sprinters just in the relay. We are not talking about a Kwame in the 400 meters because I hope he will watch this. I'm confident Kwame will qualify. I'm confident Wise Manuere will qualify. I'm confident Omanyala will qualify. I'm confident Mark will do something and qualify in some way or the other. I'm confident about those. So I hope we'll have the individuals and the relay team. Yes.
So far, this has been the best performance in the sprints. Perhaps what has changed for Kenya for us to have posted such results?
I know many people will talk about coaching, many people will talk about, Omanyala, Zimenia. No, it is not that. What has changed is the young coaches have picked the mantle. That is one. Secondly, let us not ignore what the ministry and the federation have done. We did not have so many layovers this time round. There was only one layover in Doha and then direct to China. So that age where sprinters will reach the championship with a lot of jet lag is long gone. The federation, courtesy of course, the president and the CEO worked things around, and we had just one layover. Then we can't ignore the fact that one of our sprinters always has cabin pressure. It affects them whenever they travel. So that athlete traveled 2 days before the rest of the team. So that is a plus. I won't mention names, but that's just one thing. And then they arrived 2-3 days before the championship. So they had enough time to recover and just reset. Those are the nitty-gritties. And in sprints, technicalities matter. And of course, not forgetting the hard work from the athletes. Yes.
World Championships will not be a walk in the park. We need to start early, prepare the teams. What could be your recommendations right now?
My recommendation is Betika started this thing early. They started the races in November. Guys already running. So they should finish it. These athletes need to go to a low altitude for training. Miramas, from the talk, people are talking about Miramas. Betika, we have to give credit to Betika and let Betika finish the job that they have started. They should sponsor these athletes to Betika, even if it's some little incentives. You can see them running as if they want to kill themselves here. They should finish the job and take them to Miramas and even give them small incentives from Betika. And of course the ministry will cater for their transport and what. But Betika should come in also, and other sponsors, not just Betika. It's open to every other sponsor to come in and support the team. If we come with even one medal from the relay, that will be a bonus. 1 or 2 from the 3. You see, we took 4, 3 came back, qualified. If we take 3, 2 medaling, that will be a bonus for the sprinters and of course for Kenya.
The fact that we went in as underdogs and we came out with a name, not many people expected us to be a force to reckon with. But I believe that the sprinters that we have next year, it is going to be bigger, better also. Even as we approach the World Championships, we still have like 4 months too. I believe that is enough time for us to work on things. Your parting shot?
Parting shot is the boys are ready. The girls are ready. Let us support these boys. Let us support these girls. And if there is any who has joined those military, I know Kenya Prisons has already recruited. I know Kevin Kipkorir is already there. I know Esther Mbagari is already there. If they can be released in time, because the 2 made part of the team. Let us support them. Let us give them all the support that they need, the sprinters. And we'll come back not as underdogs, but will be a force to reckon with. Remember, in the world relays, we've always come back with a medal since inception. We've always come back with a medal, so it's not a surprise. Yes.
Okay, that is it from us here. We are looking forward to having you tomorrow. Tomorrow, the program, we will be having on day 2, we'll be having the pole vault, the discus throw, high jump, the 5,000 meters final for the women, the 400 meters hurdle, men and women, the discus, the high jump, javelin, and also the steeplechase event for the men. We'll also be having the 100 meters and 110 meters hurdles for the men and women. We'll be also having the 800 meters final and the 200 meters final for both men and women. We're looking forward to having you until tomorrow from us here. My name is Charity Wanja and
Hilary Wegulo Esonga.
We say goodbye.